This Honorable House resume its sitting. First, I'd like to give my apologies for the lateness to the listening audience and to everyone else who's in the room. Also, I'd like to remember that today is a day of prayer and that we ask the community to pray for these Virgin Islands and the churches to pray for us all. Thank you. I call on the Honorable Acting Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to move a motion to reorder the order paper. I'm asking that we add a resolution after number 8, which is public business, and Roman numeral 14, which was the second and third readings for the Mutual Legal Assistance Tax Matters Amendment Act 2022. We want to add a resolution. We want to remove the remaining items under number 8, which is public business. We want to remove the remaining items which will be dealt with at the next sitting. And we'll also remove the questions and answers from the order paper. And those two will be heard at the next sitting.
I recognize member of the third.
Yeah, Premier, I have a problem with that, removing those questions and answers. Is it absolutely necessary to do so? Can we? Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying to the Deputy Premier, he's removing the questions and answers which were already at a disadvantage, a serious disadvantage by being moved back down there to the end of the sitting. And now he's moving them from the order paper completely of this sitting. I think some of those questions were posed, were submitted some 3 sittings ago, which is months. And there are things there that need to be heard. And I wonder if it's absolutely necessary to remove them.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member for the 3rd District for his intervention. Mr. Speaker, for today, we only want to deal with the resolution which we've just added to the order paper. And I can assure the member that whatever question he would like to pose would be placed on the order paper of the next sitting, and notice has already gone out for that sitting, and we will deal with it in the customary way according to the order paper. So if the member is satisfied, we can certainly move forward in that. They will be dealt with right after we adjourn this sitting and start a new sitting, and notice has gone out for that sitting already.
Mr. Speaker, in the spirit of cooperation, I will say to the Acting Premier that I guess that he knows something that I don't know. Even though it's going to put me at a disadvantage, I'll accept the premise, that the proposition that he posed. And he did say that those questions would remain on the order paper and dealt with in the order in which they are being placed on the order paper, which is the proper order. It seems to me as if what the Premier is saying to me is this is a new paradigm going forward.
Mr. Speaker, the member for the 3rd District is correct. It's a new day in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, and I want to let the member of the 3rd know, as well as all the members of the House of Assembly and the public, that I see the importance of questions and answers as a tenet of our open and transparent democracy. The role of the opposition is very important, and these questions are very important, and I will take no action to undermine or prevent that transparency which those questions from the opposition are there to serve. And I can give the member my assurance of that. So, Mr. Speaker, that is I'll just repeat for the benefit of our listening, that under number 8, public business, we want to add a resolution that will come after Roman numeral 14. All other items under number 8, which is public business, will be removed from this order paper and dealt with at the subsequent sitting, which we've already given notice of that sitting. And we'll also remove the questions and answers, and they will be added to the order paper of the subsequent sitting. Mr. Speaker, I put forward this motion.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
I thank you. There's a motion on the floor to add Romeo numeral 15, amendment of the order paper to insert Romeo numeral 15 for a resolution. Also, to remove any other information or any other part of the document to the next sitting. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call on the acting Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will now go to the resolution that we've come here to deal with. I'll read the resolution, Mr. Speaker, and then I'll say some brief words after. Whereas the Honorable Andrew A. Foy was appointed Premier, having been recommended by the majority of the elected members of the House of Assembly after the 2019 general election, in accordance with Section 52(1)(a) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order. Whereas the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has been arrested and charged with money laundering and conspiracy to import a controlled substance into the United States of America. Whereas the arrest and charge of the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has brought the integrity and sanctity of the role of the Premier into public and international disrepute, and demonstrates a lack of character and suitability to operate in a public leadership role and manage the affairs of this government. Whereas these charges, the ongoing investigations and trial, will undermine the international confidence and reputation of these Virgin Islands. Whereas the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has not stepped down as Premier and remains in custody outside the Virgin Islands and unavailable to perform his functions and lead the government. And whereas the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, Section 53(1) provides that, and I quote, if a motion under order paper that the House of Assembly should declare a lack of confidence in the government of the Virgin Islands receives in the House the affirmative votes of a majority of all the elected members of the House, the governor shall, by instrument under public seal, revoke the appointment of the Premier. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that it does declare a lack of confidence in the government led by Honorable Andrew A. Foy. That's the resolution, Mr. Speaker, for which I seek the support of my fellow members of the House of Assembly. I'll just give a few words on the resolution, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, it was a week ago today, Mr. Speaker, that I received a call from the governor. And everything since he told me what transpired in Miami seems like a blur now. It set off a chain of reaction of events, which now leads us to the House of Assembly with a vote of no confidence against the government of the Virgin Islands, which is presently led by Honorable Andrew Foy. So, I was shocked, I was dismayed. In some instances, I was sickened by what I learned, Mr. Speaker. But quickly, I realized that my focus had to shift to what was in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. It was no longer important for me to consider what was in the best interest of any one person. Have to look at the Virgin Islands as a whole and do what's in the best interest of all of us. And this is what we have to do. Of course, the Premier has many friends in the Virgin Islands, many family members. He was a popular guy. And those persons would have experienced a sense of confusion, a sense of hurt, even a sense of betrayal based on the circumstances. I saw a post on Facebook of a young person who worked in a public office and spoke about how she looked up to the Premier. and the type of impact it had on her. In fact, over the last few days, this whole ordeal has been described as traumatic. Traumatic to the people of the Virgin Islands. It has been
Recognize.
a difficult experience when you look at the international news. The Virgin Islands has appeared in just about every publication, on every news site, not in a way that we would like, in a way that makes persons in the Virgin Islands feel uncomfortable, embarrassed, shamed. We have our business community who are concerned about the damage to the reputation of the Virgin Islands, a reputation which we worked hard to build over decades, since the inception of our financial services industry and also our tourism industry. And we have persons who invest their money here, and they would be very concerned with what they would have been reading in the international news. But even the point where we stand at now, with this Commission of Inquiry report and what the world is hearing about our governance here, even as it pertains to our commitment to morals and ethics and standards and what is considered to be the democratic values of accountability, transparency, value for money, anti-corruption values, good governance. It is important and essential. It is vital. It is potentially life-changing that we take a stand and do what is right for the people of the Virgin Islands. Honorable Andrew A. Foy has lost the moral authority to be able to lead the Virgin Islands. And we have to stand united and send that message not only to the rest of the world, but to ourselves. He cannot lead the people of the Virgin Islands any longer. And it does not mean that I condemn him, but it means that he himself, in his private moments, will have to pray to the Lord and ask repentance. And he will have to ask for forgiveness. And he will have to look at himself in the mirror and use this experience, which no doubt will be a difficult, very difficult one for him personally. He will have to accept the consequences of his actions. So I do not come to condemn, but I hope and pray that this experience, which will be a very difficult one, will be what he needs to improve as a person. And let me also say, Mr. Speaker, that I do not come to proclaim anyone innocent or guilty. The judicial system has to do its work. But despite that, it is very clear to the people of the Virgin Islands that Honorable Andrew Foy can no longer lead. And in addition to that, his focus now must be on his legal situation. Because, of course, he has been charged with very serious offenses. And he is certainly not in the moral position or even a practical position to continue as Premier of the Virgin Islands. So now is the time to act. And now is the time for the people of the Virgin Islands to move forward. We have had a traumatic few days, but it is by God's grace and mercies that today is the interdenominational day of prayer. Now we have to come together as a people and heal from the experiences of the past week. We have to unify, and persons who are viewing on YouTube would see that we now have, I believe it's 11 members on the government side, because we no longer have a Virgin Islands Party administration. We have a government of national unity. We have a government of national unity. And we call on the people of the Virgin Islands to support this government of national unity. It's no longer the NDP government or the VIP government or the PVIM government. It is a government of national unity. And of course, you cannot have a House of Assembly without an opposition. It's not a good idea. The opposition has an important role to play in any democracy, in any parliamentary democracy. And I'm grateful that we have our most senior member, one of our most knowledgeable and experienced members in the history of this parliament, there to hold us accountable. I'm grateful for that. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe I've said enough. It's time for us to move forward past this very unfortunate chapter. And as I have said before, let us use this crisis as an opportunity to launch ourselves into a bright, new, prosperous future. Some persons thought that the Virgin Islands was finished and done with. But I'm here to tell the people of the Virgin Islands and the world that this is not the end of the Virgin Islands. This is a new beginning. It is a new beginning. And sometimes the old has to die away so that the new can be reborn. And today is a new Virgin Islands being birthed. And it's going to be a Virgin Islands where we reflect and learn from the mistakes of the past. And it's going to be a new Virgin Islands where transparency, good governance, commitment to our ethical and moral standards built by our ancestors who worked hard for us to get to this point. It's going to be a new Virgin Islands where those tenets of modern democracy are ever present. There will be challenges, Mr. Speaker. There will be obstacles along the way. But I'm confident in those persons who surround me, these men and women in this House of Assembly. I'm confident in those persons who are public servants. I'm confident in those persons who are in civic society. I'm confident in our churches. I'm confident in the people of the Virgin Islands that we can do this together in strong partnership. And also partnership with the United Kingdom government. We can do this in partnership. And it is not just to say it, but we have to demonstrate it with our actions. So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I put forward this motion of no confidence, and I ask for the members of this House of Assembly to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this resolution that is placed before this honorable House. And while I'm on my feet, Mr. Speaker, this is no secret to anyone that this would be happening here within this territory. So, Speaker, it was just about a week ago. I myself, I was traveling with the Premier, doing the government's business. I myself received a call and took us into a tailspin. No one expected to have received such news. And Mr. Speaker, the territory is hurting at this moment. But more so, his wife, his children, his family. And I know, Mr. Speaker, this is a situation that they didn't expect to be in. And as a praying people in this territory, I ask that we keep them in our prayers. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure it's a tough time for them. And I know Premier Ford, he would get his day in court. But Mr. Speaker, this territory must heal. History will record this as another watershed moment in our Virgin Islands history. Mr. Speaker, we are often reminded that the eyes of the future are watching back at us, hoping to get it right. And the eyes of the past are looking ahead of us, hoping that we do not get it wrong. What our young people and future generations will have to say about us depends on how we handle ourselves in this moment. Mr. Speaker, this moment that we are in right now. These recent events, they have taken a toll on all of us. Our people, they have been through an emotional roller coaster. And Mr. Speaker, a lot have been happening within the past 72 hours, especially. We were here a few days ago, and we are now here again. And Mr. Speaker, for those viewing, you would see that as we announce we now have a united front. Mr. Speaker, we have experienced hurt and disappointment. We have experienced fear and uncertainty. Our ability to have confidence in ourselves and each other has taken a battering, as has our image and reputation as Virgin Islanders. Mr. Speaker, when you look on the news, social media, it's sad to see how the Virgin Islands now is being labeled. But Mr. Speaker, growing up in a home with old folks, my grandfather, my grandmother, they always spoke about how resilient we are as a people. Mr. Speaker, we are strong. We are strong people within this community, these Virgin Islands. We have faced many challenges of all sorts in the past, and we have always emerged stronger from events and experiences that has threatened to break us. Mr. Speaker, our people have turned around moments of crisis into moments of opportunity. And this is what we are going to do as a people. We have been presented, Mr. Speaker, with an opportunity for introspection. An opportunity to close gaps and make our institutions and our systems stronger. So, Speaker, we must channel our fears and our worries, our pain and our disappointments into driving positive activities that will make us stronger, more developed, and more resilient. Mr. Speaker, we cannot and we will not allow our lowest moments to define us. What will define us as a Virgin Island people is our ability to conquer the challenge and the challenges that we face. Mr. Speaker, we have the courage and we have the hope. We have the hope, Mr. Speaker. We have that hope alive in each and every one of us. And we must bring it out in ourselves and in each other. So, Speaker, we have a lot of work to do. It's no secret. We know what is before us. We understand the recommendations from the COI. That in itself is a task. But, Mr. Speaker, we stand united as a government to address those concerns. And, Mr. Speaker, we must stay focused. We have to keep our eyes on the big picture and what is best for these Virgin Islands and for advancing these Virgin Islanders, these Virgin Islands, all of us as Virgin Islanders. Mr. Speaker, is important. There will be times when we have to make sacrifices and compromises, when we have to set personal ambitions and issues aside. Mr. Speaker, the country must come first. The Virgin Islands must come first, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been in this House, we have been making decisions, we have been behind, having discussions. But Mr. Speaker, what we need to do more, and I'll ask my leader, my acting premier, to gather us together and get to the people. We must bring the people along with what we are doing, Mr. Speaker. We understand the timetable was short, but we must involve the people and let you, the people, know exactly what our plans are. Get the buy-in from us as a people. Let the people understand what the focus is, what our agenda is in moving forward. Mr. Speaker, I know in having discussions with all members that we are all committed to the betterment of these Virgin Islands. And most importantly, the healing and restoration of the Virgin Islands and its name. Mr. Speaker, the acting premier spoke of this, our unity government. And I applaud members for putting party aside, all in the hopes of creating a better Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, we must join hands. We must come together as one people and take on the challenges and get the job done. Mr. Speaker, I emphasize that we must bring the people on board. Mr. Speaker, and by this time, we would have achieved our goal of reuniting these Virgin Islands and our people. Mr. Speaker, I posted just on Sunday that sometimes God breaks our hearts to save our soul. Mr. Speaker, God is in control, and He has His path set for us as a people. We must be obedient, and we must learn from our mistakes, Mr. Speaker. We can turn this pain into progress. Mr. Speaker, we have no choice at this time. We can do it. We must do it. And we must do it together. Mr. Speaker, if there's ever a time that we need prayer for this territory, is now. And we must continue to put God first. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm not here to judge, I'm not here to condemn, because Premier Foy will get his chance. He would go through his due process. But as a people, as a territory, we must move on, and we must move on in unity. Mr. Speaker, I say thank you.
Hey, thank you, Minister of Transportation Works, Utilities, and member of the 5th District, Honorable Kai Raymond. The floor is now open for debate. I recognize the Honorable Julian Fraser, member of the 3rd District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, everyone looking would see something different in this house today. And those who don't know will be wondering. I think I should give some explanations as to what's going on. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us today is a motion of no confidence against the government of the Virgin Islands, and it's here because of the leader. But I can say, Mr. Speaker, that being here today has everything to do about the Commission of Inquiry's report. Had that report not been here with us, this motion could have come next week, a month from now, who knows? Because the leader of the country is within the window, well within the window of absence from the House. So there was no rush. There would have been no rush on that as far as that is concerned, being absent from the territory, which some people believe that because we've been coming here to the House so frequent, we've been having different sittings. But this is a sitting, they ought to know that this sitting started somewhere around March 4th, and the leader was here at the time. So he has not missed a single sitting in this House so far. But Mr. Speaker, the events that took place since this sitting began hasten a return to the House with this motion, and even more so, Mr. Speaker, is the report from the Commission of Inquiry. Mr. Speaker, the picture that you're looking at, that the acting premier stated is a unity government, is a mirror image of my idea, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to bite my tongue or mince words about it, because people see me sitting over here, they might think that I'm here because I don't want to be associated with the guys or something to that effect. No, Mr. Speaker. I can remember Friday last week. It's like an eternity ago, when after the governor released the report, the opposition members got together, and I think it was like maybe 9 p.m. when we left after discussing a way forward. In my view, Mr. Speaker, in my considered view, the only plausible offer I see this country making to the United Kingdom government minister was a fundamental change to the way we operate. And I thought we should start right here in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, right here. And my submission to my fellows, the fellows that I was with, was that we proffer an all-party government. It's not something that you can understand by hearing it. It has to be explained to you what it means. And I think I did explain to them. They agreed with it. They gravitated towards it and they agreed with it. Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition proceeded to prepare the notes and all the rest of it. And between Friday and Saturday, we came to consensus on what it should look like. But I couldn't sleep Friday evening, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't sleep Friday night. Because in my mind, it wasn't enough. I thought that something more needed to be done to send a message, a clear message to the minister when she comes, that their talk about what's in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands and everything they do should be in the best interest of the people of the Virgin Islands. And they just want to make sure that whatever comes out of this report is in the best interest of the Virgin Islands. I said, to myself, who should know better than us what's in our interest? And Saturday morning, I was watching my clock. I wanted to make sure that when I make my call, I get a favorable reception. Because, this depends on what side of the bed you wake up on. You might say something that you didn't really mean to say. So you give somebody a chance to get out of the bed. Don't give them a chance to brush their teeth, because while you're brushing your teeth, you're thinking. Don't let them think. And I made my call, Mr. Speaker. I said, right here at Save the Seed, if you look up, you will see the banners. I have a relationship with the man who runs this center, John Klein, Bishop Klein. I call him Bishop. I called him, I said, Bishop, we have to do something. If ever there was a time to march, it's now. If ever there was a time to demonstrate, it's now. And I can't think of anyone better to do it. He said, Honorable, I got my orders. And that was it. I didn't have to say anything else. The arrangements were made. Unfortunately, I hadn't been able to be there because at the same time they were doing it, I had to be in the meeting with the minister. Then, Mr. Speaker, came Sunday. Sunday was a defining moment because we got together again, the opposition parties, and this time we invited the Deputy Premier to join us. I think he came a little after midday sometime. He walked into the room and I saw this person in sneakers and I'm like, did he know why we call him? We talked to him and offering to him the opportunity to work with him and offering to him our proposal of an all-party government. I know when he heard it first, it was like a slap in the face. Because as far as he is concerned, or was concerned at the time, Mr. Speaker, he already have a government. He has a solid majority. All he needed to do was to find a way to comfort the minister and the governor that the recommendations in the report can be dealt with and dealt with amicably. That was not enough, Mr. Speaker. Like I said before, it was not enough. And when we explained to him what this all-party government was supposed to be, he said to us, it's a good idea, I like it, but I have to take it back to my people. It's still Sunday, Mr. Speaker. And he came back again. He had to come back to us, which he did. By this time, we had moved from one floor to the next, but we were still in the same building. He saw us, he told us that he took it to his people, and they didn't react kindly to it. No, they didn't react kindly to it at all. Of course, you can understand that. It would have meant that people had to be shifted. How do you go back and tell your people that they have to move and make room for others? I understood. This is still Sunday. He had his advisor with him. We had ours. We talked about it. Somewhere 9, 10 o'clock in the evening, I had to bus off because we had already discussed all the details and everything was in place, Mr. Speaker. At this time, Sunday in the afternoon, there were organizers at the Altius Catholic School sending us messages. When are you coming? You need to be here. You this, you that. I had to send back a message. I said, you have to appreciate that I am as much committed to this cause as you are. And I would love very much to be where you are. But we are different people doing different things. I'm sitting in a meeting right now with my colleagues, working on the same issue. So please forgive me for not being there. Carry on. I don't know. We know, all I know is that we had a meeting with the minister Monday morning. All parties, all 4 parties had meetings with the governor on Monday morning. As far as I know, at the time when we went to that meeting Monday morning, we had our position, the government had their position. At that time, the government's position was what I said it was. We're going to show the governor and the minister how we can work this problem out of implementing those recommendations. And it's a solid plan that he had for implementing the recommendations. The acting premier went, talked to the governor and the minister. Then it's our turn to go talk to the governor and the minister. We had an option, which the governor offered to us, to go separate. I don't know, my guys for some reason wanted to go combined. I said no. The minister, the acting premier had a turn by himself. Let us have a turn by ourselves and then we meet together, which is what we did. We had our turn by ourselves. We presented our proposal. I explained to the minister and the governor what this all-party government thing would be, how it would look, how it would work. I saw interest from them in it because they were captivated and they wanted to ask questions. When the minister for the acting premier came in the room now, he had his proposal, we had ours. I told him, you cannot take, I will not accept the fact that you're going to take the government's proposal because we don't know whether or not you're going to accept it. Take ours with it. Take ours with it because if you look at the government proposal and it's deficient, you might want to look at ours as well and say, well, maybe let's go this way. Meeting is done, and it must have been the same Monday afternoon. I heard that the premier is talking about a unity government, to which is something that I feel good about, because he was finally able to convince himself and finally able to convince the members of his team that what the British government is looking for is a fundamental shift in the way we do business. And the most appropriate place to start this fundamental shift is right here in this House of Assembly. Demonstrate to the world, demonstrate to the government, demonstrate to the minister, demonstrate to the governor that anything coming out of this House of Assembly is going to get the highest level of scrutiny before it leaves. As a matter of fact, it should get the highest level of scrutiny before it comes into the House. That's why the diversity is supposed to be there among members. And I'm hoping that that can be achieved. I heard the Deputy Premier talking about a unity government. It's no longer a VIP administration. If you look at the picture in front of me, I can't tell that that's the case. But he said that's what it is. That's what it's supposed to be. Devoid of parties and all that. Well, the parties will still exist. But as far as the thoughts are concerned, you're working together for a common goal. Mr. Speaker, no longer should we be if the level of diversity that I expect, that I intended for all party government to provide, if that existed, Mr. Speaker, there's no way a government would have gone into the Social Security and take $40 million out of it. No way. At least it wasn't going to happen if I was sitting there. I have a problem with that, Mr. Speaker. I spoke about it ad nauseum, and I'm continuing to speak about it. That money belongs to the people. Not in the way it was given to them. It belongs to the people. Those people who are going to retire. There's no way, Mr. Speaker, that a premier, my problem with the premier, not this premier, but all premiers under our system of government, they got too much power. They're omnipotent. And that's wrong. I have labeled them as a legal dictatorship. That's what I label the government as. And it has nothing to do with this government. It's all government under the system that we have. There's no way a premier will go into the Ministry of Communications and Works, take out BVI Ports Authority, take out BVI Airports Authority, take out the Telecommunication Regulatory Commission, and take out BVI Electricity Corporation. It couldn't happen. Those are the kind of things I expect that this government will be held accountable for and be prohibited from doing. Mr. Speaker, stacking a ridiculous number of bills and motions and things on the order paper that we can never finish. As like I said, we've been sitting this sitting has been going on since somewhere around March 4th. And if the acting premier didn't remove all those stuff from it, it'll be going on till the next election. I think he sees for himself that that's untenable. Disrespect for the opposition. Moving questions and answers from where they rightfully belong and put them down after government business, knowing full well that by the time you get to it, nobody's interested. People wouldn't even know that we're sitting, like right now. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have one advice for the government. The advice I have for the government is that the government put a hold on all new initiatives. All new initiatives, and that includes the high school. I'm sorry. And concentrate, Mr. Speaker, concentrate on those recommendations that is being held over our heads. Concentrate on getting those recommendations addressed. It might sound silly when I said put a hold on new initiatives, but a new initiative can tie you up, tie your government up in a knot. You have new ministers that's going into ministries. Concentrate on what's going on in those ministries, as opposed to concentrating on new initiatives which can divert you from the business at hand. The business at hand right now, Mr. Speaker, is that Commission of Inquiry's report. That's the business at hand. That's why we're standing here right now. And as for me, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I will be writing the governor, asking him to work as expeditiously as possible to work on whatever recommendations the Commission of Inquiry has made, particularly the one in relation to the Secaucus Harbor project. It's 11 years now since that has been out there. I've been before the Commission of Inquiry. As a matter of fact, it started before that. The House of Assembly debated it the day it hit the street. The day it hit the street. I stood in that House of Assembly for hours debating that. The government of the day sent it to the governor, asked him for a commission of inquiry. The governor said it did not meet the threshold for a commission of inquiry. This time it showed up, this commission of inquiry came, they got it. They got everything that they wanted, or I thought they needed. But I think that it's not fair and that the governor should act to get it expedited. That's all I'm saying. I'm not casting aspersions on anyone, anything, any place. And that's one of the reasons I'm telling this government. There are a lot of people out there who are hanging on a base. Concentrate on that business. Because one of the tones and the mantras coming from the minister, she don't want you going in there and looking at a recommendation, checking the box and checking the box and checking the box. What she said is that, and what the governor has said is that the problems that we have are systematic and endemic. They need to be rooted out. So this government is not going to have a walk in the park if they do things right. Now, Mr. Deputy Premier, I'm sitting over here as the opposition. I'm prepared to work with you. And I want the public to hear this. But the day you take me for granted, Mr. Speaker, all bets are off. And I know you don't want that. This is not a threat. It's not a threat. This is advice. Like I said before, what that picture over there is a mirror of my idea. I believed it then, and I believe it now. We have to get this elephant in the room off our feet. That's what we have to do. Mr. Speaker, as the motion goes, I did not have the luxury I expected, but nonetheless, I did some research on this and a little preparation for it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the gravity of this thing is so great that no time spent on it could ever be too much. It needs to be properly ventilated. It needs to be properly presented to the people. Because, of course, it could have, well, it could not have been done, but just in cliche, it could have been done just like so, without even a debate of sorts. Because I get up, let's say that the minister presents it, and the members of the government could just say nothing, and it's wiped away. It's gone. It's done. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to complete my checklist on this bill, on this motion. I want to complete my checklist. I started a checklist, and I want to complete it. Here are the things that happen. This is an ongoing sitting. And in order to get this motion heard in the House, we have to get it on the order paper. In order to get it on the order paper, Mr. Speaker, we had to suspend the Constitution. I mean, all these people are, they're awake. They're awake. Suspend the standing orders. Suspend the standing orders. We have to suspend the standing orders. And I'm doing my checklist. That's checked off. We did that. And we did it correctly. The next thing is, Mr. Speaker, is that it required notice. 4 days notice. Mr. Speaker, there are provisions to circumvent that in the standing orders, and we did that. So far, so good, Mr. Speaker. We're doing well. Now the motion, we can get to the motion itself. The motion says, whereas the Honorable Andrew A. Foy was appointed Premier, having been recommended by a majority of the elected members of the House of Assembly after the 2019 general election, in accordance with Section 52(1)(a) of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. That's in order. Whereas the Premier, Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has been arrested and charged with money laundering and conspiracy to import a controlled substance into the United States of America. That's what I'm reading. Whereas the arrest and charge of the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has brought the integrity and sanctity of the role of the Premier into public and international disrepute, and demonstrates a lack of character and suitability to operate in a public leadership role and manage the affairs of this government. Whereas the charges, the ongoing investigations, the trial will undermine the international confidence and reputation of these Virgin Islands. Whereas the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has not stepped down as Premier and remains in custody outside the Virgin Islands and unavailable to perform his functions and lead the government. You see, Mr. Speaker, that's why I said I did the checklist. Because I know anyone who is capable of mounting a charge against the United States federal government for, as it says here, money laundering and conspiracy to import a controlled substance, and post bond, or prepare to post bond for $500,000, is more than capable of challenging a motion such as this in the Virgin Islands against them if something isn't right. If something isn't right, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I look at that one that I just read that says, whereas the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has not stepped down as Premier and remains in custody outside the Virgin Islands and unavailable to perform his functions as lead of government. Has not stepped down. Recently, Mr. Speaker, I've been reading, like everyone else, I am not privy to any information that everyone doesn't have. I've been reading, Mr. Speaker, where there is a defense that he was putting up, or has put up, regarding diplomatic immunity. And I have subsequently seen a document purportedly from the Chief Minister's Premier's office indicating that based on his status, he's entitled to it. So here we are. This document is indicating that he's entitled to it, and he is over on the other side claiming that he is entitled to it. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, The title of Premier, or leader of the government of the Virgin Islands, is crucial and important to his case. So he will never sit down quietly, like I said, with the capabilities that he has exhibited so far. Will never sit down quietly and not challenge something like this if we are not crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And I think that's what I'm trying to make sure that I bring across here to us today, Mr. Speaker. I want to make sure that I bring this across. I also, Mr. Speaker, want to challenge the last part. I want to expose the vulnerability of the last part of that same sentence I read. And unavailable to perform his functions and lead the government. I alluded to it a little earlier, Mr. Speaker, when I said that based on the standing orders, Andrew Foy, where he is right now, is well within the window of absences from the House of Assembly. He has not missed a single sitting as far as that is concerned. You are allowed up to 3 consecutive sittings, to be absent from 3 consecutive sittings. And beyond that, Mr. Speaker, beyond that, you need to get permission. Now, if you have a government that is cooperating with you, 3 consecutive sittings is a good 3 to 6 months maximum. And the way things are going, Mr. Speaker, it could be till the end of the year, because you could have a sitting that runs forever. But because we're in a rush, and because of the circumstances, this clause could be plausible. Because of the circumstances, you could say, let's use this one. And you're not going to get a cooperation from the government. But these are things that are challengeable, Mr. Speaker. Because as long as talking about function and lead a government, perform his functions and lead a government, his functions are being performed by the Deputy Premier. And the Deputy Premier is leading the government. So he doesn't necessarily have to be here for those things to happen. And that's why we don't have the title acting premier. Because the premier is always the premier wherever he is. He hasn't lost his title. And whereas the Honorable Andrew Foy, and whereas the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, Section 53(1) provides that one, Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to light the essence of a motion of no confidence, or a motion of confidence. What it really means, Mr. Speaker. Summary. It is a core conviction of the United Kingdom Constitution that the government must be able to command the confidence of the House of Commons. The traditional position was that a government that lost a confidence vote would resign in favor of an alternative administration, or the Prime Minister would request a dissolution from the Queen, triggering a general election. Mr. Speaker, the question of confidence or no confidence in a government, and Our motion does indeed speak to no confidence in a government because it's the only thing you could do. Even though the confidence the no confidence that we're looking for, Mr. Speaker, is in the leader. And that is something that is rooted in our home country laws, that you cannot and you must seek no confidence in the government. But that triggers a whole lot of problems, Mr. Speaker. It does. How do you get around it? Mr. Speaker, a confidence motion, although obviously an important test of the authority of the Prime Minister, is normally seen as a testing confidence in the government as a whole, and a consequence of a defeat could not simply involve the resignation of the Prime Minister alone. Before the vote of confidence in 1994, there was an attempt to decouple the issue of confidence in the Prime Minister from confidence in the government as a whole, but this was rejected by ministers. The motion tabled by Jeremy Corbyn in December 2008 expressing a lack of confidence in the Prime Minister, which was never debated, also suggests such attempts are unlikely to be successful. Mr. Speaker, I'm talking about this because in recent history, which all of us would remember because it wasn't that long ago, there was a situation, Mr. Speaker, and nothing that we do in this House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, is absolute and immune from prosecution or challenge in the court. There was a situation where Boris Johnson, after he became Prime Minister, shortly thereafter, he tried to use a technicality when it came to the withdrawal agreement and framework for the future relationship between the UK and the EU. The technicality there, Mr. Speaker, was that he had up until December 31st to make a request to the EU for an extension of the framework for the future relationship. But what he did was he asked the Queen to prorogue the House so that no one would be on his back from the Commons to go and seek this extension, because he knew the House of Commons would have forced him to do it. The Queen did prorogue the House, Mr. Speaker. She prorogued the Parliament. But a private citizen filed a lawsuit against her, against the government. And they found out to be his actions to be disingenuous. And the court made him go back to the Queen and ask that the House be brought back into session, which she did. When he brought the House back into session, Mr. Speaker, the House of Commons then passed a law for him to go back to the EU to seek the extension, which he had to do. It was a law. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying all that to go back to my original point, that nothing we do in this House regarding this or anything is beyond the law and can't be challenged. Mr. Speaker, back to the motion. The motion says, and whereas the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, Section 53(1) provides that 1, if a motion on the order paper that the House of Assembly should declare a lack of confidence in the government of the Virgin Islands receives in the House the affirmative votes of a majority of all the elected members of the House, the government shall, by instrument under public seal, revoke the appointment of the Premier. Mr. Speaker, that's all good. It sounds good. It looks good. But that's not all. Because that same section of this Constitution that is quoted here is incomplete. Mr. Speaker, I'm not doing this to be a provocateur. I'm doing this for the good of us. It's for our good. Because it continues to say, Mr. Speaker, but before so revoking the Premier's appointment, the Governor shall consult with the Premier and, if the Premier so requests, the Governor acting in his or her discretion may dissolve the House of Assembly instead of revoking the appointment. Mr. Speaker, you see the danger in this? This is like standing on a ledge. Well, a parapet. This is up on the top of a roof, the parapet, with your back turned to the street. And all the people on the roof are supposed to be your friend. All you need is for one of them to come blow some wind on you. I am seeing this and I'm pointing it out, Mr. Speaker. And like I said, I'm not here to be provocative. But I'm not the only one who's going to see it. Like I talk about court challenges. Now, as far as I can see, the Governor has an obligation to inform Andrew Foy. He shall consult with him. He's still the Premier. I don't know if the acting Premier believes that he is the Premier and the Governor will consult him and he will advise the Governor. This whole thing, Mr. Speaker, is like a walking through a minefield and trying to navigate yourself through it. The same way, the acting Premier is proposing to present to the British government, or the minister or whomever, a unity government, together with all the proposals that he has for the recommendation. He still has no guarantee that it's going to be accepted and that this thing they have dangling overhead is going to be removed. He has no guarantee about that. So all the maneuvering that has been done so far, with the hope that the changes will be made, there is no guarantee that this is going to be acceptable as enough. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that to get to this picture now, this picture that I'm looking at right now. Let's say that after I sit down, the Premier decides, the Deputy Premier decides to forge ahead. And if he does, he's going to get the vote that he needs. Then he has to face the music. Is the Governor going to, in his deliberate discretion, decide to ask that an administration be formed, or is he going to dissolve? Remember, Mr. Speaker, the first recommendation is to suspend the Constitution and move to direct rule. This action, Mr. Speaker, if the Governor decides to dissolve the House of Assembly, has covered that for him, without having to dissolve suspend the Constitution initially. He will have to eventually. But an action would have already taken place. It would have been acting in good faith, Mr. Speaker. Now I was not a fly on the wall. I don't have that level of communication with the Premier to know if he had this assurance with the governor that, listen, if I do X, which would require Z for me to get what I want, can you guarantee me Z? I don't have that. But I'm putting him on notice, I'm putting the Deputy Premier on notice that this is a road that you're walking down. Lights alone can't save you. You're going to need some kind of a other protection. And I am nervous, Mr. Speaker. I'm nervous at the fact that by the time I get home this afternoon, because I'll be walking out when we adjourn, not adjourn, but when we recess. I'm sorry, we don't do an adjournment since this is supposed to be the last item on the agenda. When we adjourn, sometimes these things get to the governor real quick. Before the last person sit down, the clerk will have her paperwork drawn up and everything, and you sign and she sign, and it could get to the governor real quick. Those are the dangers in moving motions of no confidence, Mr. Speaker, because you don't know what the governor is going to do. Traditionally, what governors will do is take the advice of the Premier. Traditionally, that's what they'll do. These circumstances are so different, but they can be the same. Depends on whose objectives are you meeting. I see the UK can meet their objective in this same bill, the same motion, and I see where the Deputy Premier can meet his objections in this same motion. Depends on which way, whose interest is being served. I just hope that he has an ironclad approach here in what he's doing. There are challenges, Mr. Speaker. My job right now is to point them out. I know last night the Deputy Premier called me and told me that he was going to look at this motion. He asked me if I wanted to be there. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. And I asked him to send me the motion in confidence, because I promised that if I get my hands on it, it will be between myself and myself. I didn't get it until 6:24 this morning. So last night I went about doing some research in preparation for this for today. But had I been in the room with him and his handlers, maybe, Mr. Speaker, I might have been able to offer these suggestions, these points that I'm making right now. But I'm worried, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to stand here and try to fool anyone about how I feel. I feel worried about the lengths he has gone so far to restructure his administration. Lengths he's gone so far to restructure his administration. He has made some bold steps in that direction. I know that if he phrases it as a unity government, I don't know if the parties that are with him has equal power. Are they just going to be sitting as ministers in his administration? I don't know. But whatever it is, steps has been taken. I'm worried about you make these steps and you can't check boxes off. They said they want this, I give it to them. You don't even know if that's what they want. And you will check the box off, but you're making steps. This is another one. This step is necessary. At some point it would have to happen, Mr. Speaker. But I see challenges in it as it is. I don't think anyone fooled the Deputy Premier and told him that it was going to be easy. I don't think anyone fooled him and told him that. I don't think anyone told him that everything he hear is what he wanted to hear. I'm going to tell it to you like it is. From where I sit, I don't have to tell it to you the way you want to hear it, because I don't sit over there. And that's exactly what we're trying to avoid. I saw too much of that since your administration took office. I've seen too much of it. And I think, Mr. Speaker, when I made my presentation to the Commission of Inquiry, it was overarching thesis. The Premier has too much power. It's not that he has more power than any other Premier in the developed world. But in small democracies like this, there is no diversity, no opposing voices within his cabinet. He's like, you know, and when I say he, I'm not talking about Andrew Foy. I'm talking about the Premier of the Virgin Islands, the way they behave. I had situations in my administration as well, Mr. Speaker, where, you know, you could be down at Peg Leg drinking a Coca-Cola. Well, I don't drink Coke, I drink Pepsi. And you get a phone call, well, the phone call will tell you you're fired or something like that. You leave office on Friday afternoon. All your stuff in the office. Well, in my case, I didn't have anything in the office. I just got a shopping. I learned a long time ago, Mr. Speaker, never take anything on your job that a shopping bag can't hold. Always keep a shopping bag in your drawer. And that's it. But I'm saying, you could be home Friday afternoon, Friday evening, get a phone call. I want to see you. If your Premier call you on a weekend, tell you he want to see you, don't go. Don't go. Find an excuse. Tell him something. Can you tell me on the phone? If I'm going to get diarrhea, let me get it here. Don't call me to your house to come give it to me. And it's too much power. I'm taking this subject away from you. So I'm hoping that in this patch of crisis that we're going through right now, this little patch, if we are allowed to be masters of our destiny as self-governing, I would hope that the Premier would exercise restraint and that the people he has around him has the whatever it takes to keep him grounded. Don't let him run amok of you now, you know. You're still a man. Don't let him run amok of you. But let us concentrate on those conditions that have been imposed upon us by the COI. And like I said, Mr. Speaker, new initiatives, no matter who come to you. And there's one thing that I want to see happen, Mr. Speaker, which I wouldn't say here, but I'll say it when I'm with the colleagues, that I want to see happen. And I think it's something that we can do. And the motion concludes, now therefore be it resolved by the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands that it does declare a lack of confidence in the government led by Honorable Andrew A. Foy. Knowing what that means takes a lot of gall to put it on paper, and it takes even more gall to bring it here. So I'm sure that the Deputy Premier has gone through it in his mind. He's gone through it with his handlers, gone through it with his team, and he's comfortable bringing it here. I don't know if I should use the word comfortable, but he's satisfied in bringing it here, and he's hoping that it works. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member of the Third, Honorable Julian Fraser. We have two people recognize the speaker at the moment so far. If other members could inform me ahead of time, it'd be good as well. I will now recognize the Junior Minister of Trade, Economic Development, Territorial Member, Honorable Shireen D. Flax-Charles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I get into the crux of my remarks, Mr. Speaker, children have taken to their beds, some walking around sick with fear and uncertainty. In this age of internet, we often say they are born with chips in their brains. They are smarter than some of us may think. They are hurting, confused, disappointed. Someone they trusted and looked up to has betrayed them, have broken their hearts, and broken their trust. But, Mr. Speaker, we must give them hope. I want to first make a comment today on an alarming shift in tone that I have noticed emerging with the recent unfolding of events, Mr. Speaker. I see on many social media platforms in particular adopting a cynical attitude to faith and spirituality. Mr. Speaker, my faith has never been an externally validated aspect of my life, raised to honor God and His commandments. I have always had a personal relationship with the Creator of this universe. No man, no thousands of followers of deviant spiritual practices can make it so that I no longer feel comfortable openly and faithfully worshiping my God. So today, I am choosing, as reflects our majority Christian society, to begin with a scripture, Romans 10:10. For with the heart a person believes, resulting in righteousness, and with the mouth he confesses, resulting in salvation. Mr. Speaker, one thing that the Bible makes immensely clear is that mankind is cursed with imperfection and sin. I pause here to say that I appreciate that we exist in a multicultural and multi-faith community, but I have found that in every religion, even if one does not believe the letter of the law, there is truth in the spirit of it. So I ask that all under the sound of my voice consider my words carefully. Mr. Speaker, all have sinned and fallen short. None of us is perfect, and this imperfection, unfortunately, is reflected in everything that we apply ourselves to. We enter into imperfect marriages. We build buildings that crumble after time. We create systems that sometimes harbors corruption and wrongdoing. Mr. Speaker, the situation we find ourselves in today is nothing short of tragic. At the highest levels of our leadership, we have been struck a blow that the nation is reeling from. And yes, many of us are still struggling on a personal level. Then our very democracy experienced its most tangible threat since our emancipation. Through it all, there was no one to blame but ourselves. As a people, many of us sat idly by as the situation became more and more untenable. We let the fear of victimization and loss of opportunity blind us to the dark path that we have now been headed down for decades. We allowed ourselves to embrace a broken way of doing things, especially when it was to our own selfish benefit, and we only stirred ourselves up to passion when it came to striking against those who tried to be lone voices in the wilderness. Mr. Speaker, I go further to say that as leaders, we failed. I won't dress it up with stories of myself or any other trying to speak against injustice. Wherever we may have tried to stand for what was right, it is clear that it was not enough, as our journey has still led us to where we are today. Our greatest failing was allowing ourselves to be divided, manipulated, and led astray, all in the name of a personal interest that we had yet to understand. Mr. Speaker, today the order of business is clear-cut. The only way for upward movement is to shed the weight that has burdened, and today we must do just that in a way that signals to our people, our global partners, and the international community that we are truly, truly committed to progress. Today, I cast my vote of no confidence, not because loud voices are clamoring for it, not because I feel personally betrayed, and not because foreign entities are demanding it. I cast my vote of no confidence because the removal of Andrew Foy as premier and leader of this land must happen so that we can finally chart a course forward with new principles of fairness, transparency, equity, and integrity. Mr. Speaker, make no mistake, my words are in no way meant to condone or make less severe the allegations, the alleged actions of Andrew A. Foy. As a mother, as a representative, I am disgusted to my very core at the thought of loan agents betraying the honor of the leadership we entrusted them with for 12 pieces of silver. The territory, especially as of late, has been plagued with gun violence, resulting in the loss of our young men. The course of action outlined in that affidavit demonstrated a distinct lack of concern for the hundreds of lives taken, thousands of families ruined, and economic devastation that the drug and gun trade has caused through this territory, the region, and the world. But I have learned so much from my business community as their representative. A focus on problems beget problems. I choose decisively to place any and all who seek to destroy this territory in my rearview mirror. Let the dust we kick up forging forward be their reminder of what little greed rarely ever rewards you with. Mr. Speaker, the scripture is clear. With the heart a person believes, resulting in righteousness. Mr. Speaker, my hope has been shaken, but still stands firm. My Virgin Islands has more grit, intellect, and tenacity per capita than anywhere else in the world. We take challenges by the horn and ride them to opportunity. I have a sturdy faith, Mr. Speaker, that within each and every one of us, there is so much more potential to reap the kind of change that we and our international partners need to see to rebuild trust. Integrity, honesty, justice may have been covered in the muck, but they are still the foundation our forefathers and our God desired for us. It will take some elbow grease, but they can shine again as our hallmarks. The scripture then says, Mr. Speaker, that with the mouth of a person confesses, resulting in salvation. People of the Virgin Islands, as a leader who you chose to entrust, I stand here today with sincerity to say, I am sorry. Yes, I fought. Yes, I spoke. Yes, I championed. But it was not enough to avoid the tragedy which we landed in. I maintain my faith. Our salvation lies in the junction between our hope for a brighter future and our learning from the mistakes of a past filled with its dark moments. We cut dead weight. We amend and we alter. We fix and make right. We communicate with the people, our people, Mr. Speaker, and then we move forward together. We move forward together, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Junior Minister of Trade, Economic Development, Territorial Member, Honorable Shireen D. Flax-Charles. At this time, I recognize the Member of the 4th District, Honorable Mark H. Vanderpool.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I begin my discourse today with a comment, in fact, a quotation that was sent to me on Monday morning by one of my former principals and history teacher. And I wish to begin, I read it on Monday at one of our meetings when I sat with Minister Millen, and I wish to begin my discourse today, Mr. Speaker, if I may, by quoting from Winston S. Churchill, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, if I may.
You may.
To each there comes in their lifetime a special moment when they are figuratively tapped on the shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing, unique to them and fitted to their talents. What a tragedy if that moment finds them unprepared or unqualified for that which could have been their finest hour. Their finest hour. Mr. Speaker, this is a time in our territory's history which undoubtedly can be called, if not our finest hour, one of our finest hours as a territory. There's no reason to doubt it, Mr. Speaker, but the point is, we're here. We are in this hour, It's a defining hour. It's an hour when we can squander our chances or squander our opportunity to change course, to look ourselves in our mirrors and see that our course may have been in the wrong direction. And having seen ourselves in the mirror, that we have the fortitude and the wherewithal to dig deep in our souls, in our hearts, in our minds, in our wisdom, in our understanding, Mr. Speaker, we find the fortitude to accept where we are. And to change course. This may be one of our finest hours, Mr. Speaker. And if we squander this opportunity with technicalities and personal reasons and concerns that we all may have, we all are human beings. We all want to think of our emotions and our situations and our own sphere around us, which may engender, Mr. Speaker, selfish decisions, selfish standings, selfish positions. But ere we take that situation, Mr. Speaker, and see it as selfish situations and selfish positions, let us seek the opportunity, Mr. Speaker, in this finest moment, in these finest moments, in this finest hour, Mr. Speaker, let us take that opportunity to look in that mirror and see that we are elected here as representatives of the people to look for what is best, not for ourselves, not for individuals, not for anyone who is called to high office, not for anyone who is senior and who may be the leader or leaders, but we are called here in this House of Assembly, elected by the people of the Virgin Islands under sacred oath, having been elected to represent those people, that we are here to represent them, not in our interests, not in our concerns, not in our emotions, not in our friendship, not in our relatives or whatever it might be, but we're here to represent because of the Virgin Islands, for the people of the Virgin Islands, for the state of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. And when I speak of state, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about the qualification of what is the Virgin Islands. I'm talking about the situation that appertains right now. Right now in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we as a people of the Virgin Islands we come to a crossroad. The fork is in different directions. We need guidance. We need God's help to choose in which direction we should go. I am not here today, Mr. Speaker, to speak of antics or speak of all that all that may appear to be right or wrong, but I'm here, Mr. Speaker, to say that we are in a situation where we have laws, we have rules, we have a constitution. The Constitution, Mr. Speaker, has enshrined in it something called a commission of inquiry. And if we respect our Constitution, regardless of how we feel personally, or regardless of what we think might be the reason, or regardless of how we think it may have gone about, or regardless of what our views are, we have enshrined in our Constitution a commission of inquiry, which was executed, and the findings have come out. And Mr. Speaker, we have to be open-minded to respect those findings for the sake of our country in the direction that it has been going. Let us make a right about turn based on those findings and move forward. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, whether we've been involved in it, whether we have carried out the right things that we should do, or whether we have executed in the right direction or not. And I, Mr. Speaker, I am comfortable to say that if things were not done right, even when I was in the administration, or even while I was a member of the House of Assembly for these many years, if things were not done right, I am prepared to confess to those things and take heed to what the commissioners has brought forward and look at how we can implement those changes to structure our territory going forward to be in the right direction for governance, right governance accountability, Mr. Speaker, that is needed for the strong foundation for which our forefathers have fought for in many years past, and especially following our 1949 march and our ministerial government in 1967. We must build on those foundations. We can't, as was pointed out, we can't continue to break down those foundations. We must build on them and not break them down. And therefore, the Commission of Inquiry recommendations, we must not take them lightly, Mr. Speaker. Whatever happens, whatever is the outcome of this, we must not take them lightly. I am prepared here, as a member of this House of Assembly, as a citizen, to take them seriously and see how we can make changes for the betterment of our Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, in that vein, in that light, Mr. Speaker, we must do certain things, and we must do them urgently. I am not interested in the antics or what they look like or what people feel we are doing. We must take certain decisions in that vein, in the vein of justice, in the vein of preserving our integrity of our territory, in the vein of moving forward in the right direction for the right leadership. We must not continue to procrastinate and not make the right decisions to hold on to the integrity of the Virgin Islands. We may have been broken. We may have been hurt. We may have been bruised in the eyes of the world. We may have fallen down. But Mr. Speaker, we will not stay down. We must get up and walk again. We must stand firm and walk again. Mr. Speaker, I am advising the leader, the acting leader, Honorable Natalia Wheatley. I have given him my pledge of my support, not because of any party, of any politics or anything. I have said to Ms. Honorable Natalia Wheatley, you have my full support to take us up from where we are. We are down. Come on, Mr. Speaker. we have to admit that we are down. Mr. Speaker, we are down. The world is looking on us. I never knew we'd have gotten to be on CNN and ABC News and the BBC and everywhere about this kind of thing. We are down. Mr. Speaker, we must admit that we are down. The territory of the Virgin Islands is down. And we can blame whoever we want to blame, but we are down. The events, Mr. Speaker, of the last week and the COI report brings us to a position where we must admit to where we are. We have to admit. Unless we admit to where we are, Mr. Speaker, we can't move forward. And the history in years to come must note that the Virgin Islands was down on this day, what's the May 5th? On this day, May 5th, 2022, history must note that the leaders of the Virgin Islands had the courage to change course, had the courage to take action, had the courage, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Leader, Mr. Acting Premier, I hail you. You had the courage, Mr. Speaker, to bring a resolution to this House against your own government in a vote of no confidence. History must be written to say that in the interest of the people, in the interest of the Virgin Islands, in the interest of where we are and where we need to be, you have brought this resolution. I hail you, Honorable Leader. It takes courage. It takes courage. And I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, but I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you got a lot of discouraging words. You got a lot of persons who was saying to you, not the right idea, not good, in the interest of party or in the interest of shame. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, we have to be shamed to get up and go forward. We are shamed. I am shamed, Mr. Speaker. Every day, every night, I am on the phone with people all over the world. I keep hearing the words, Mark, not good, not good. This is going to affect everything. Affect business decisions, affect confidence in your financial services, affect confidence in even your own business. Your credit ratings have gone to naught. You're part of a country that have been accused of these things. And whether we like it or not, the shadow is over all of us. All of us. And Mr. Speaker, we have to get away from blame and shift to the solution. Shift to moving forward. Shift from blaming and look forward, Mr. Leader, as how we can take this country to the next level. Yeah, we fell down. We are down. But Mr. Speaker, we can rise again. A little nation with 30,000 people can rise again. A little nation in the Caribbean that has been a beacon, a light of hope, an economy that stands out, that stood out. As a small nation, that you have to go all over the world to get here. As a small nation, Mr. Speaker, this country, following the 1949 march, when we fought for our rights, following the 1967 historical event when we became our own ministers to govern our own selves, Mr. Speaker, following the time, Mr. Speaker, when we have not had the need for financial support by the United Kingdom government. Mr. Speaker, when we stepped out as children of the United Kingdom government and decided that we don't need your funding anymore, Mr. Speaker, this is the growth that we have had over the years and the stability that we have had and the economic growth and development that we have had. But we fell down. The last many years, the way we've operated, we must go back to the level of good governance, transparency and accountability, not just as Minister Milling said, by taking our boxes, but we must change the culture of how we've operated, the culture of how we operated. There's need for systemic change, a hold, throw out what we've done before and let's start all over and give a new structure, a new level of accountability, a new level of governance, a new level, Mr. Speaker, of transparency to those to whom we represent in government at all levels, not just at the political level, but at all levels, Mr. Speaker. We must get up again. We must rise again, Mr. Speaker. We must instill a confidence. We must instill a trust in our young people. We must gather their trust again, Mr. Speaker, that we are fighting for a country for which they can be proud of and move forward. We are fighting not as leaders who they can be disappointed in, not as leaders who they will look back on and say, I never knew. But we must be seen as leaders who they can look up to, who they can respect. Mr. Speaker, this is important. This is what this motion is about today. And this is a motion, not only a motion to remove the Premier, but this is a motion, Mr. Speaker, of courage. A motion of courage. This is courage. This doesn't happen every day. This doesn't happen every week, every month, every year. This is a rare moment. A moment in time, Mr. Speaker, an hour in time when we must take the advantage of a shift in the way we operate and the way we go. These are not just words, Mr. Speaker. We must take action. And today, we have taken action. We are taking action, Mr. Speaker. And whatever it takes to make the right decisions, let's take those decisions, Mr. Speaker. So I am on board. I am on board, Mr. Speaker, with demonstrating that this House of Assembly is prepared to begin to make that shift, to begin to make those structural changes, to not be afraid of making tough decisions, courageous decisions, the right decisions for the people of the territory of the Virgin Islands, for whom we've been elected here to serve, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for me, as most people know, it doesn't matter whether somebody will vote for me or not again. It's a matter for what I say, that all of us in here, all 12 of us who are here now, or whatever number is here, for all of us, Mr. Speaker, to be seen as statesmen and women. Statesmen and women. We're not politicians at this moment. We are people who are here to look out for our country. That is what a statesman is. That is what a stateswoman is. To look out for the welfare of a country, for the welfare of the people of a country. When you want to go back to politics and campaign and so on, that's different. But when you're in here, you're looking out for the country. You're looking out for our people. You're looking out to make sure that this country is going in the right direction. And here you look back, history-wise, many years from now, you can look back and say, I have been there to right the wrong, to lift the downtrodden, to shine the light when there was darkness, to remove the veil, to remove the veil. There's a veil right now, Mr. Speaker. There's a veil. There's a veil over this country. There's a veil over this country. History must look back and say that I, Mark Vanterpool, was there in the House of Assembly helping the leader of this country, Honorable Nathaniel Wheatley, who's acting now. History must say that I supported him to take whatever steps it takes to remove that veil, a dark veil. We can go about ignoring it as if it doesn't exist, but it does exist. It's there. The veil is there, Mr. Speaker. The veil is there. Whatever it takes. If I have to sit here, sit over there, sit wherever, whatever it takes to remove this dark veil of our country where we don't deserve to have that veil because of whatever circumstances of one individual or many individuals or all of us. Whatever is the reason that that veil is there, we must remove it, Mr. Speaker. And I am here to support anyone that does remove it. There are always going to be all kinds of opinions, interpretations of the Constitution, and all kinds of things, so whether we're doing the right thing. I heard us read, as is mentioned, and whereas the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, Section 53.1, provides that if a motion on the order paper that the House of Assembly should declare a lack of confidence in the government of the Virgin Islands receives in the House the affirmative votes of the majority of the elected members of the House, the governor shall, by instrument under public seal, revoke the appointment of the Premier. And it goes on in 51, as I heard noted there. And it goes on in 53.1, to say, but before so revoking the Premier's appointment, the governor shall consult. I have heard a lot of interpretations about these things, Mr. Speaker. And I was mistakenly appointed Attorney General one time. And very soon after my appointment was revoked, Attorney General. So I'm not going to say I'm not a lawyer, because I'm not. But the governor shall consult. Mr. Speaker, when I was in office for 8 years as a minister in cabinet, we fought many times with this word, shall consult. Shall is an imperative word. Shall. You must. You must consult. Consult is a different word, Mr. Speaker. I believe from the minister, the governor shall agree or accept or carry out the opinion of the Premier. He shall consult. Honorable Turnbull, what do you think? What do you think, Honorable Turnbull? I'm consulting you. What do you think? He can tell me what you think. I consulted him. Case closed. I hear what he said. I can chew it over. I can accept it or not accept it. I have consulted Honorable Turnbull. Thank you. I've consulted you for a napkin and you gave it to me. Thank you very much. So I've consulted Honorable Turnbull. It doesn't mean that the governor has to accept what I say or what I think. He shall consult. But I'm going to go on because there's a little technicality here that people are not reading. I shall consult with the Premier, and if the Premier so requests, the governor, acting in his or her discretion. Let's write down a little word there again, Mr. Speaker. Write it down for me. Discretion. The governor can act in his discretion. You have to listen to me. It is his prerogative, his discretion. The governor acting in his or her discretion. There's another word here, Mr. Speaker, that you must write down. A little word. It's 3 letters. May. Doesn't have to. He may dissolve the House of Assembly instead of invoking the appointment. That's the governor's prerogative. That's his prerogative. He may dissolve, Mr. Speaker. He may. But then, on advice, thrown back in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, because sometimes when you're going forward full speed, you have to turn back. So go to section 40, Mr. Speaker, 42. 42 in the Constitution. 42. And all this is up to the governor, you know. But I'm not afraid, because I tell people, do what is right, and right will follow you. Whether the governor do what he wants to do or what he likes to do, I am here today to do what is right, what is just, to remove the veil from our country, over our country. The governor, in section 42 of the Constitution, where it says exercise of governor's functions, 42, the governor shall not be obliged. It said he shall consult over the other side, you know. And he says he may dissolve the council. But over here it says, the governor shall not be obliged to consult with the cabinet or the premier if, in his judgment, A, three things. A, Her Majesty's service would sustain material prejudice. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not a scholar of law, of constitutional understanding, interpretation, but it says here, Her Majesty's service would sustain material prejudice. I don't know if in this case, Her Majesty's service, because you all serve here, this is Her Majesty, in fact, I'm not there anymore, but when I was in opposition, I was on Her Majesty's loyal opposition. I was in the service, and said, this is HMG, Her Majesty's government that we are in. We are in a monarchy. We are under monarchy. We are under the Westminster system. That's where we are. That's where we are. Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty's service would sustain material prejudice, so the governor doesn't have to consult with anybody if he thinks so. 2, B, the matter is not materially significant as to requires consultation. And things so important that you got to run to the premier or run to the cabinet. He thinks it's a matter of not so great importance, so he do what he got to do. This is a constitution. Whether we like it or not, we may not like certain things in it, but this is it. But the main one here, Mr. Speaker, let's go to C. C says, the urgency of the matter requires the governor to act before he or she can consult the cabinet or the premier. I don't know if this is a matter of urgency today. Mr. Speaker, we are under a situation where our premier is charged for some serious crimes, and one is innocent until proven guilty. We must always remember that. But he's charged with some serious crimes. This is a matter of urgency. We all have at heart, and I do, families at heart, friends at heart, colleagues at heart. He's been a colleague for many years, 25 years for me, a friend for many years. But this is a matter of urgency, so the governor has to take some decisions. And if we are seen as a house not to be making certain decisions, what will history look back on us and say, honorables? Let me go to Shakespeare, Mark Antony. Mark Antony. Yes, et tu, Brute. You kill Caesar. And so they all honorable men, said Mark Antony. But they killed the man. And it was go forward as a country and forget about it. That's what Mark Antony said. And so are they all honorable men. So in that same speech, I say, friends, Romans PV Islanders, my people, my countrymen, lend me your ears. I come to lift up my country, not to bury it. I come to change course, not to be the same. I come here to see what I can do for my 2 grandchildren and the 2 others here. That on my way to Panama last week, Thursday, I got the call. And I was going down there to baptize, to be at the baptism of my grandchild. I come to seek a change in direction for this country, for that grandchild. Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue this way. I'm guilty of it. All these years we've been operating, we must operate under better governance, under better transparency, Mr. Speaker, and we must be accountable to the people who have entrusted us to these offices. I beg you, my countrymen, yeah, Mark Antony said, the evil that men do. Yes, Honorable Sherry, I know you're a scholar in these things, in these poems, in these. The evil that men do lives after them. The good is often teared in their bones, so let it be with Caesar. I want to look back, Mr. Speaker, and say that the good that is interred in my bones will be remembered because I fought for the people of the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. Today is a red letter day in the history of the Virgin Islands. It is a fine moment, Mr. Speaker. It is a fine hour. Mr. Acting Premier, let us do what we have to do for the people of the Virgin Islands, not for our sake, not for any individual's sake, not against, but this is for the people of the Virgin Islands. We have to act, and we have to act now. We have to root out what is not good for our country and do what is right for the people of the Virgin Islands. It's not about talk, because I can talk, Mr. Speaker. I love literature, I love the history, I love the stories. I can quote almost the whole of Shakespeare, Julius Caesar for you, or whatever they were. King Henry VIII, all those, I can quote them. That's not what it's all about. It's about what is in front of us today. Honorable Acting Premier, I'm appealing to you because I want you to stand firm. Don't mind the talk. Don't mind the antics. Don't mind any threats. Do what is right for the people of the Virgin Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, now therefore be it resolved by this House of the Virgin Islands that it does declare a lack of confidence in government led by Honorable Andrew A. Foy. I wish to give my support today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, member of the 4th, Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool. I have on my list 3 more speakers at the moment. I'm going to allow 1, and then I'm going to break for lunch. So I'm going to recognize member of the 6th District, Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes. Well, seeing that everybody said move on, I still have to make sure that they also need a break. So I'm asking her, do you need a break right now, or you could go on? It's okay? Okay, so I'll continue with Honorable Keynes, please, member of the 6th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to say a few words on this resolution that sits before us. Like most Virgin Islanders, I received the news of the unfortunate arrest of the Premier of the Virgin Islands, and with great concern. In my official capacity as an elected official, my first consideration was the desperation it might have taken for any elected official to engage so casually in an illegal act, such as those alleged. As a Virgin Islander, I am beset with disappointment at the thought that anyone elected, appointed, anointed, or other would batter the safety of our country and sanctity of our laws for any price. The Virgin Islands has had a series of unfortunate setbacks: a major flood, two major hurricanes, a global pandemic, and the imposition of a Royal Commission of Inquiry. And none of us could imagine that the arrest of the leader of government business and other BV Islanders would mark this period where collectively we were looking towards the light at the end of the long tunnel. Then the findings of the Commission of Inquiry were released, and we must now come to terms with some 45 recommendations, 4 overarching ones which are particularly significant and very challenging. I am concerned that in the coming days, the territory and the world will be looking to the elected officials and people of the Virgin Islands, many in judgment, to see where we would fall on the side of history. I am most certain that I will continue to fall, as I always have, on the side of what is best for the people of these islands, and fervently on the side of what is best for the Virgin Islands. We are reminded again that each decision moving forward must strongly signify that we choose the BVI, even if that requires a separation from anyone that could potentially harm us as a country of faithful citizens, as a tourism destination, and as a leading financial jurisdiction. The opportunity is here for us to choose BVI love for the country over individual needs. And so it will be for us as elected members to work out what can and should be done, as we hope the people remain confident in the fact that the Virgin Islands will always continue to rise from the ashes of international scrutiny, judgment, and embarrassment. I join all of you in praying for this country first and foremost. I also pray for the family of Honorable Andrew A. Foy. The death of his sister, now coupled with this unfortunate arrest, must be difficult for his family. May they be strong in the coming days as more information becomes available and the judicial discretion is determined. As a leader, I have always recognized in the heart of Honorable Andrew A. Foy a genuine love for the people. But if proven guilty of these charges, I am committed to assisting others best suited for the job to chart a new course for our territory. To the people of this territory and my district, I offer a prayer that we must all continue to pray in these coming days. May God richly bless this territory. May we ask 3 things of thee: courage for our great leaders, that we may rule our destiny. We ask for wisdom for our people, that they may live in harmony, and understanding for our children, that they may cherish their legacy. Mr. Speaker, we are in a dark place. We may be bent, but we're certainly not broken. We will get this together. We will get through this together with the help of the Lord leading the way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member of the 6th District, Abu Madawakin. Members, I would like to remind you that if you intend to read from anything, please ask permission before reading. Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Junior Minister of Tourism and a total member, Honorable Shari B. DeCastro.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your kind permission, I would like to look at my notes as I give my contribution. Mr. Speaker, in recent days, I have addressed the people of the Virgin Islands via a personal message on social media. I am well aware, however, that not everyone is on social media, and so I have made the decision to share those sentiments as I take my position in the matter before us today. So, Mr. Speaker, I crave your indulgence. My fellow Virgin Islanders and residents, like many of you in this moment, I have experienced a level of confusion beyond anything that I have ever felt before. Therefore, some of you may understand why I have taken a moment to process the revelation of the recent events pertaining to Premier Foy. Yet some of you may be of the opinion that this should have come much sooner, a conviction I admit I also share. Mr. Speaker, as a consequence to this egregious circumstance, I have experienced a range of emotions, mixed emotions, including disbelief, disappointment, anger, and a feeling of deep betrayal. Mr. Speaker, yet in light of this, and even in the midst of this great uncertainty, we do not have the luxury of prolonged bewilderment. This, Mr. Speaker, especially because the fate of our beloved Virgin Islands hangs in the balance. As such, I have decided to focus instead on the need for us to act strategically and to act intentionally in the preservation of the dignity and integrity of our people, our governance, and our economy. I therefore, Mr. Speaker, categorically denounce anyone who threatens or undermines our way of life and the progress that we have made as a people. Mr. Speaker, we have demonstrated here in the Virgin Islands our ability to chart our own course as a people. This was not, however, established without much struggles and collective determination. But, Mr. Speaker, we rose above it. We persevered. And by this, we were able to accomplish much. We have been meeting as a group, Mr. Speaker, for what feels like non-stop to determine what the next steps are for us as a people and as a territory. I express profound gratitude to many of you who have demonstrated your support and shared encouraging words with me. I have taken some time, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that I reflect on the diligent efforts and the legacy of our foreparents. And from this, I can say that I have drawn great inspiration and hope in spite of it all. With this, I am renewed, Mr. Speaker, in my resolve to move forward, committed to my oath and duty as an elected representative, to rise up in this moment, Mr. Speaker, void of any selfish desire or political obligation, to diligently serve the people of these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, again, I must also take into account that this unfortunate situation has caused deep, deep hurt to many people, in particular those close to Honorable Foy, his family, the people of the 1st District, and by extension, the entire territory. In this stead, I ask us all to remain in prayer. May God grant us divine peace, comfort, and strength as we endure this challenging time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as a people and as a territory, may we rise from this moment a stronger people and a stronger territory. May God guide us every single step of the way. Mr. Speaker, today, I seek to identify and focus on the opportunities rather than the challenges. This is why I have chosen to consider the course ahead, and I have to declare that I am prepared in my conviction to walk along with this unity government under the leadership of Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley, in collaboration with the Governor and the United Kingdom, to ensure that as a government and as a people and a territory, that only good governance will prevail, Mr. Speaker. Every single one of us in here has taken an oath as members of this honorable house to serve and protect these Virgin Islands. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I must uphold that oath, and today I vow to never waver in my resolve. In addition to what I have said before, given the reasons set forth in the tabled resolution, and in consideration of my oath as an elected member of this honorable house, I join with my colleagues and affirm my agreement with this vote of no confidence as set forth in the resolution today. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank you, Junior Minister of Tourism and Territorial Member, Honorable Sherry B. de Castro. At this time, I will call on the member of the 2nd District, Honorable Melvin Mitch Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I begin, I am seeking your kind permission, sir, to refer to my notes as I give this presentation in relation to the resolution to which I fully support, which has been brought by the Acting Premier, Dr. the Honorable Natalia Wheatley. So, Mr. Speaker, I do seek your permission to refer to my notes.
Permission granted.
Mr. Speaker, according to 2 Corinthians 10 and 4, but before we get to 4, we can only begin at verse number 1. And the theme there is that Paul is answering his opponents. And it reads, Mr. Speaker, "Now I, Paul, myself beseech you by the meekness and gentleness of Christ, who in presence am base among you, but being absent and bold towards you. But I beseech you, that you may not be bold when I am present with that confidence, wherewith I think be bold against some, which think of us as we walked according to the flesh. For though we walk in the flesh, we do not war after the flesh." Verse number 4, Mr. Speaker. "For the weapons of our warfare are not carnal, they are not the flesh, but they are mighty through God, through the pulling down of strongholds, casting down imaginations and every high thing that exalted itself against the knowledge of God, and bringing into captivity every thought to the obedience of Christ, and heaven in every readiness to revenge all obedience when your obedience is fulfilled. Mr. Speaker, the other scripture goes on to say, for we wrestle not against flesh or blood. We are indeed, Mr. Speaker, at a point in our lives, in this territory where I never thought I would be. Mr. Speaker, prior to 2015, I never thought I would be involved in politics or even elected to be a representative of the people of the Virgin Islands from which I came. But, Mr. Speaker, I had other plans. I had plans to be running businesses and investing and making a living, Mr. Speaker, for my family and myself. Never politics, Mr. Speaker. But they say if you ever want to make God laugh or even smile, tell him what you have planned. And Mr. Speaker, I cannot ever talk about who I am and where I am without first acknowledging whose I am and from whence I came. Mr. Speaker, my parents and foreparents and my family have always been in the business of service, of helping people, Mr. Speaker. And I stand, Mr. Speaker, and I have walked, Mr. Speaker, and I will continue to walk in a pathway that has been cleared out for me, in a pathway that I must never forget to acknowledge God, that I must never forget that success requires that I must acknowledge God, that I must always resist the devil, and he will flee from me. Mr. Speaker, I pay homage to this very day, a pioneer of this Virgin Islands who we've lost and we laid to rest, was obedient to the call of God on his life. And today, the prayer warriors from the churches and the nation of this territory are all gathered together, just as the Word of God declares that we should gather together and not forsake the assembling of ourselves. They are gathered, Mr. Speaker, for the interdenominational day of prayer. And that brother, Mr. Speaker, was Mr. Linton Whitley, God rest his soul. But I know, Mr. Speaker, when you have dreams, when you have visions and ideas, once it is of God, the dreams, the visions, and the ideas, Mr. Speaker, will outlive the very dreamer. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank Mr. Wheatley and his family for him being obedient to the call, and I thank the people of the Virgin Islands. Even though when I was driving down this morning, I was listening to persons engaging in prayer for our territory, Mr. Speaker. And engaging, Mr. Speaker, in earnest prayer. A prayer that seeks God. A prayer that asks for his righteousness, for the things that he gives us to desire, that he will grant them unto us. Mr. Speaker, On Sunday, the members of the opposition at that time got together and we exercised our position individually and collectively as it relates to the actions and the charges brought against Honorable Andrew Foy. Mr. Speaker, the topic of our press conference or press statement was pivot. We must stand together. And pivot, Mr. Speaker, represents the change and shift that must occur. And it is important for us to stand together, every man, woman, and child, Mr. Speaker. Whether BV Islander, visitor, resident, national or not, Mr. Speaker, every man, woman, and child must stand together. Because Gandhi records, Mr. Speaker, we must be the change that we see. Mr. Speaker, this very topic, pivot, we must stand together. The idea is not mine, and it was not mine. The idea was given to me by a young man that I respect and love very much. A young man, Mr. Speaker, who is now set to do great things in this community. And without calling name, he would know who it is, and he knows that I love him to life. Mr. Speaker, there's a book by an author. His name is Al Hollingsworth, a gentleman whom I've had the pleasure of meeting and being able to learn and being now qualified and certified to mentor and lead young persons. There's a thought from the book, Mr. Speaker, the word presupposition, which the idea simply states that whatever the heart believes as truth, the mind will support. There's another thought, Mr. Speaker, that whatever you give your attention to, the very spirit of that thing will live in you. It will occupy your very being, Mr. Speaker. It will control the way you think. It will control the things you do. Control the things you say, Mr. Speaker. But this book, Mr. Speaker, from it, if I was to draw from it, Mr. Speaker, when I teach young people, I tell them that thinking leads to feelings. Feelings leads to your attitudes leads to your actions to your beliefs, and it comes full circle, Mr. Speaker, what we think. And when we think, Mr. Speaker, we start to feel a certain way about how and what we have thought of. And then we have a certain attitude, Mr. Speaker, and then we act on it, and then we believe it. Mr. Speaker, we have gone through a year plus of a commission of inquiry exercise, and now a report has been laid and presented to us on last Thursday. But before that report, Mr. Speaker, was released, We were made to understand that our sitting premier of these Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, was arrested and then subsequently charged. Mr. Speaker, for some heinous, unacceptable crimes. Mr. Speaker, these crimes and these charges, if you go back to it, when you look at, Mr. Speaker, what has happened, this individual had the ability, Mr. Speaker, and he had the responsibility to care for and lead this country, to lead the people of the Virgin Islands, to secure, Mr. Speaker, the future of the children of these Virgin Islands through a democratic process. But, Mr. Speaker, for selfish reasons, he chose and made decisions and made a decision, Mr. Speaker. And a decision which has him now, Mr. Speaker, in the position where he is in. But be the decision as selfish as it is and was, Mr. Speaker, the burden, the hurt, the pain, the shock, the emotional stress, Mr. Speaker, the shadows of darkness that has been cast on not just the men and women sitting in this honorable House of Assembly, Mr. Speaker, but cast on each and every Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker, by the actions of one man. Mr. Speaker, even though we hear that from the minister who visited the BVI with her team, and the governor and everyone else who made representation that they would hold these two things separate, the CI report and the arrest and charges of the Honorable Premier. Mr. Speaker, it is almost impossible to hold them separate, because you cannot hold one thing apart from the other when the one thing deals with your leader, deals with the leader of your country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's shameful. I denounced it on Sunday. I denounce it every time I have his actions, and I separate myself from it, and I will not, Mr. Speaker, ever support those types of actions for him or anyone, Mr. Speaker, who is arrested and charged or involved in wrongdoing, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, my position is simply this: anyone or any entity that gets in the way of the progress of the people or the growth and development of this Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker, I will stand against. I will stand against them or the entities with every fiber of my being, Mr. Speaker. I might be short. I might not look or have the stature of much, Mr. Speaker, but I know there are enough of us in this territory who will stand and stamp out against wrong. Mr. Speaker, we must call wrong wrong. And we must not tolerate it. We must not sugarcoat it. We must not play with it, Mr. Speaker. We have the authority, Mr. Speaker. And we must operate in the authority that when we see it, we say it and confront the wrong. Mr. Speaker, I have said over and over in this House, even being elected in 2015, then moving in 2019 to the opposition, now we are here, Mr. Speaker, with this united government under the leadership of the acting premier, Dr. Natalia Wheatley, we are standing here, Mr. Speaker, I am saying we have continued to be our worst enemies. We have been the ones doing it to ourselves. But we have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to make the correction. But before we could correct, we must accept that there is wrongdoing. The COI report, Mr. Speaker, pointed it out. Every last member, or almost every member in this House of Assembly, fell short with the declaration of interest. And we brought, Mr. Speaker, I can only speak for me, but we brought shame on the persons that elected us. Mr. Speaker, I confessed that I was wrong. I accepted my wrong. And I asked the people of the commissioner, the people of the 2nd District and its territory for their forgiveness. Mr. Speaker, and I pledged to do right. Not being perfect, but I pledged to do right, Mr. Speaker. And this past March, I laughed at myself, Mr. Speaker, because I tried to turn in my report 2 weeks before, and it was rejected. Mr. Speaker, it is not just about saying it is about doing it. The things in the report, Mr. Speaker, that is what, and that is why we stand here. We stand here under this united government. Because we are saving and trying to save the rich heritage, Mr. Speaker. We cannot afford to allow 70 years plus more, Mr. Speaker, that our foreparents and forefathers have been able to build this country. The sweat, the blood, the tears, the deaths, Mr. Speaker, the abuse that they would have endured. We cannot allow, Mr. Speaker. It is not about any individual. It is not about you trying to put yourself in a position and make it about me and what I want and how I feel, Mr. Speaker. It is about the best interest of this country. And doing what is right, Mr. Speaker, means making those hard decisions, making those tough decisions. And I commend, Mr. Speaker, the acting premier, Natalia Wheatley. I commend you, sir, for as I encourage you to find that warrior spirit. But I understand, Mr. Speaker, it's not just a warrior spirit, Mr. Speaker. It's a spirit that understands the fight that he has been fighting. The areas of his life, the things that he has gone through. I heard him talk about being victimized and having racial discrimination, and even being a marcher and being one of those who went front, Mr. Speaker, and stood by himself. Mr. Speaker, the Lord has been preparing this young man. And he has been preparing us, Mr. Speaker, for such a time as this, Mr. Speaker, and I let it be known categorically that in order for us to fix this country, and that's my only mission, Mr. Speaker, for us to fix the things that have been identified, and even the things that have not been identified, that we will stand united to do just that under this man's leadership, Mr. Speaker. I stand committed. I stand committed to the people of the 2nd District. I stand committed to every Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker, that went before the minister and the governor and her team to just plead our cause and our case. That yes, there has been wrong, there has been gross misconduct in the operations. But Mr. Speaker, there are those of us who still believe, who still know, Mr. Speaker, and who still have the ability to fight, who still have the ability, Mr. Speaker, and the courage and the conscience, Mr. Speaker, that we can build on the foundation and build even stronger, Mr. Speaker, that generations yet unborn, that the children, Mr. Speaker, just as 11 and 9 and 10 years old were sharing the news of the arrest and charges, that they can once again believe that there are those who stood, that there are those who gave it their very best, that there are those, Mr. Speaker, who had the gumption and the gall to stand up and put aside selfish agendas and put aside party politics and put aside everything that we may want. Mr. Speaker, discipline requires. It simply means delayed gratification. Discipline requires that we let the things that I might want, let them die so that the greater good could live. And the greater good for me, Mr. Speaker, right now is this country and saving our country and correcting it and building on it, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to send notice to the people of the Virgin Islands that this is yet another step of a new day. The way that you have and may have been accustomed to things, there is a shift. There is a pivot, Mr. Speaker, that things will change. Yes, you're going to get upset. Yes, you're going to be uncomfortable. Yes, you're going to hurt. Mr. Speaker, in our twang and dialect, you're going to be vexed. But, Mr. Speaker, there is one goal and one purpose here: to set our foundation, to correct our wrongs, and continue to strengthen the institution, the gains, and the progress that we have been able to accomplish from our foreparents and those that stood before us 70 plus years. Mr. Speaker, I will not let the feelings or the actions of a few who have this narcissistic spirit and behavior, that everything is about them, that they manipulate situation and manipulate words to try to make themselves more important than they are. Mr. Speaker, anytime you become bigger than your purpose, you are deemed and doomed for destruction. Mr. Speaker, the Word of God declares that we must seek His face, that we must confess our sins, that we must turn, pivot, change, shift from our wicked ways. And the Scripture declares that He will hear from heaven. He will forgive us of our sins and He will heal our lands. Mr. Speaker, as the prayer warriors continue to pray, as those of us that believe that the future of this Virgin Islands is bigger than any individual, man, woman, or any group of persons that have selfish and personal agendas. Mr. Speaker, now more than ever, we must always acknowledge that there is power in the name of Jesus to break every chain. The chains of bondage, the chains of wickedness, the chains of corruption, the chains of deception. But in that name, Mr. Speaker, of Jesus, it says that there is power to do greater things than even He did when He was here. So, Mr. Speaker, I stand and I give my commitment wholeheartedly to serving this Virgin Islands as we transition, Mr. Speaker, to not just fix the things that were listed in the COI report, but go beyond. Let us not just do what is required, Mr. Speaker, but let us do what is expected. So I stand in support, and my vote will be in the affirmative for this resolution, and I stand in support of Honorable Dr. the Honorable Natalia Whitley and this new united government as we change the trajectory of our territory and we root out and move and shift and get rid of persons who are standing in our way. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. God bless these Virgin Islands.
I thank you, member of the Second District, Honorable Melvin Turnbull. Members, we have two more people to speak. Is it your wish that we push on and get this out of the way? Well, I'll have to take a 5 minutes break so the Hansa could get a break. So at this moment, I'll take a 5 minutes break. We on recess. This honorable House resume its sitting. I recognize the Minister of Natural Resources and Labor and Immigration and member of the 9th District, Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to give my support to this motion here. Mr. Speaker, the BVI economy, for the most part, is built on two pillars: tourism and financial services. Mr. Speaker, these two industries allows us the opportunity to live the standard of life that we currently enjoy here in these Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, these two industries are very fragile. So like I said before, at all times, Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure that the reputation of the jurisdiction is at all times intact. BVI is a small country, but we play on the international scene. Reputation, investors' confidence in this territory is critical if you're going to maintain and grow this country. Mr. Speaker, we are here today on a motion of no confidence. It's one of the most painful things that any government has to do. Because, Mr. Speaker, we were sent to this honorable house, all of us here, with great confidence. All people believed in us. I had my team of transformation to come in and change up things. The Bible speaks, though, of new wine in old goat skin, the compatibility of things. So, Mr. Speaker, as we move forward with a unity government, many things have to happen. And I ask again that people be patient as we try to fix a broken system. Mr. Speaker, we saw the COA report released last week. I hope persons have had a chance to go through the report to really understand what it's all about. Because if you look at the report just superficially, you might get, if you listen to the gossip out there, you might think the report is just based on what happened a few days ago or just a few years ago. But the report looks back many, many years, like 30 years, of how our systems are structured and how efficient these systems are. And there have been many, many moves over the years, Mr. Speaker, to reform the systems, to make the BVI more investor-friendly, to make the BVI more business-friendly, to make sure there's accountability, transparency, and good governance. These are things that we all ran on. The system has been broken a very long time. And I do support the need to fix the system. Mr. Speaker, I was traveling last week representing the government dealing with climate change and some other environmental issues. And I landed at Townsville-Lesson Airport around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I'm there laughing and giggling and, seeing people. And a gentleman came to me and said, you need to come with us. There's something I think you need to know. So I said, okay. Took me to the back room, he opened his laptop, and there was this breaking story. The BVI's premier being arrested on some very serious allegations. None of us, Mr. Speaker, should have to see a headline like that. And Mr. Speaker, that's one of the reasons why we're here. The reason we're here because every single newspaper all around the world, sometimes several times a week, BVI premiered this, BVI premiered that. It is damaging our reputation. A reputation we cannot afford, Mr. Speaker, to get damaged. We all came in here trying to do our best to solve this country, to advance this country. Now here we have a situation that I think has left all of us dumbfounded, angry, upset, confused as to why are we seeing this headline, these serious allegations. I was at Brigada Flags yesterday, with the Olympic torch, and you see the little children there. What are these children experiencing? About some parents talk about it. Children are devastated. They look up to us, Mr. Speaker. They look up to us. So we have to make sure that we've been trying to do right that wrong, not just for our sake, but for the sake and future of this country. Mr. Speaker, this motion, it makes me ill to even read it. Whereas the Premier, the Honorable Andrew Foy, has been arrested and charged with money laundering and conspiracy to import a controlled substance into the United States of America. You can say what you want to say about the allegation, but it's there. And it's why we came here. Whereas the arrest and charge of the Premier, the Honorable Andrew A. Foy, has brought the integrity. Mr. Speaker, one of the things us office calls for, elected persons, is to have integrity. You're supposed to be the person that everyone look up to. Sanctity of the role of the Premier into public and international disrepute. We are international players, Mr. Speaker. The BVI may be small, but we are international players. We have to guard our reputation. Every day that the news can publish BVI Premier release, BVI Premier this, BVI Premier, it hurts us. It hurts the country's reputation. And that's why they come here and force an issue. To force an issue to make sure that the hemorrhaging, to make sure the bleed that the country is currently experiencing stops. That's what it's about. It's not anything personal against the man. It's a man we all love, respect. After we keep Rogers here on his leadership. So this is not about any personal thing. His family is here. They have to sit down and listen to the story or see it in the news. It is painful for all of us. I know in this territory we have a lot of energy when it comes to person's character, and I urge persons not to do it. Every time you get up there and you go on Facebook and talk about us, we have families. You're not only hurting us, but you're bringing our families into everything you say. So I'm asking persons to be more responsible. Again, in the international media and press picks up whatever is said. We came to house this morning. There's a gentleman here from the London Financial Times. The BBC was here. God knows who else. So whatever's happening here goes around the world. We have to be more responsible, Mr. Speaker, with what we say and do. Yes, sometimes people get frustrated, and you have to get it out of your system. There's a place and time to do things. Mr. Speaker, I have no pleasure today in going through this motion. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of this country and the future of this country, I have to support this motion. It's nothing personal. And I have to support this motion. We cannot let the international press take the BVI and just bleed it to death, just bleed it out until there's nothing left. Minister Miller came, we had a series of meetings. They have the choice, they have their choices, we don't have too many. One of the things that they wanted was, and I must thank all the members who agreed to form a coalition, a unity government, a coalition, whatever you want to call it. I told the minister, acting deputy premier, and who showed all this falls on, if they insist that it must be a unity government, tell them they can have my seat. For the sake of this country, they can have my seat. And I want to thank the members who, again, agreed that this is possible. Because they could have said, no, I want to maintain my identity as whatever P you want to choose. There comes a point in time we have to put aside our personal things and think deeply about country over self. We are all fallible. We've all made mistakes. I too apologize for letting people down. We all came in to do our best to move this country forward. Yes, there are broken systems, but we did our best to do what we could do. I have to apologize to the people. I have to apologize to the people for not living up to all of the expectations. Because people want a better life. Their demands. We've been through a lot, Mr. Speaker, for the last couple of years. And to come here to do this here, hurricanes, pandemic, COI, which I wasn't against. The systems need overhauling. The systems need fixing. We have to. And people are angry that I volunteered to step down. Oh, we ain't saying you need to be no backbencher. At some point in time, We have to make difficult choices. In our territorial song, we sing about it. And I told the acting premier, he has my full support. I'll do whatever it takes, whatever personal sacrifice, to save this country and move this country forward. I'll save my fight for another day. But right now, this ain't about me. This is about this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to stop there because time is fast going and I know we have other business to do. So I just want to say I fully support this motion, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank you, Minister of Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, member of the 9th District, Honorable Vincent O. Wheatley. At this moment, I will call on the Leader of Opposition and member of the 8th District, Honorable Marlon A. Penn. You're not swearing yet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, public, and thank you for the opportunity to make my contribution in this very, very important resolution before this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I want to say on the onset that I support this resolution in its entirety. Speaker, I was sitting here for the last few hours reflecting. It's been one of the most surreal moments, Mr. Speaker, of my entire life. Mr. Speaker, it's just been under 7 days, a week today, since we got the initial news of the details relating the allegations we're here in question today, the removal of Andrew Foy as our premier. Speaker, the rush of emotions that I experienced at that time, and many persons in this Virgin Islands, I think it is still a continuous emotional roller coaster ride, Mr. Speaker, for our people, for our industries, for our territory, and for our fight for our way of life. Mr. Speaker, I clearly then, as I clearly now, denounce the actions of Andrew Foy, our premier, and anyone who've been culpable in those actions that has brought our territory, these beloved Virgin Islands, to its knees. Just because you reflect on the many sacrifices that our forefathers have made for us to even have the privilege to sit in this honorable house, or to even call these beautiful Virgin Islands our home, Mr. Speaker. And for the actions of a few selfish individuals to put us in this place, it's irreprehensible. Actions I will never condone, cannot support, and I want it to be categorically placed on the record that they have no support from me or anyone who aid and abet their behavior. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our country, these beautiful Virgin Islands, place that we call home, is made up of amazing people. People of honesty, integrity, persons who work hard, who toil, labor. I reflect on my early years. I'm one of the younger persons in here, but I reflect on the way of life in our communities where we didn't have much. Or we made do with the little that we had. We made sacrifices to make sure that we made it by. We never sold our soul for a few pieces of silver. And the actions that are being exhibited and are being circled around the world, and I want the international community to know, people who have come to live amongst us do not reflect the people of this beloved Virgin Islands. And that is why I stand with Acting Premier here today. I have been, if not the most adversary of this government over the last 3.5 years. I have privately, publicly, in this house, in every setting and every radio show, been an advocate against the things that I see is wrong or is unbecoming of this administration or any administration, Mr. Speaker, particularly over the last 3.5 years, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it comes a time in every man's life, in every man and woman's life, where there has to be a bigger picture and not for self-preservation and personal advancement. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stood, and I give you a little reflection on who I am and how I grew up. I grew up in East End, up Chapel Hill. You know very well, Mr. Speaker, we grew up a fence separated my grandparents' house and your parents' house. We grew up as a community that wasn't selfish, and it wasn't about me or I, about us, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I have 10 siblings, 5 brothers and 5 sisters. So when I hear people saying that, oh, he gone over there for selfish reasons, he want power. Speaker, I'm fighting for the life of our country. There's no selfish bone in my body. Speaker, when I sit down and we span around, my cousin reminded me yesterday, you were here, you span around like a top. Sprung into action and said, we have to do whatever we have to do to preserve our country. Met continuously all day trying to figure out a way forward for our country. Speaker, I met with the acting premier now, and I won't divulge the details of our conversation because I believe it's important when you have private conversations that we should remain private. But what I did say to him then is that, acting premier, we've had our differences, but we're going to fight together for this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want the people of this country to know that this that you see is happening here didn't just happen. It's not a sham, and for me, it's not a show. It's about us doing whatever we must do. Because history is going to judge us. Our generation is going to be judged in terms of how we acted in this moment when our country needed us the most. Did we just fight to hold on for individual power? To say that we are this or we are that? To be control of what? Nothing? Or we fight to preserve a way of life that we fought hard for by our parents and continue to have for my children and my children's children when he gets his children, and all our children's children. That is what this is about, Mr. Speaker, for me and for the members who are here. Mr. Speaker, I want to also say, on that note, before I move on. Anyone, and I said to the acting premier, and I mean this, and I'm going to say it publicly, it is not going to be business as usual. The same advocacy I had over in opposition, the same tenacity to find out what is going on when I was there, is the same tenacity that I'm going to have, even more so in this process, because we need renewal, we need reformation, and we need to get our country back on track. To speak of the people, and even today, and it pains me, Mr. Speaker, the selfish nature up until today, the selfishness about us that can't see beyond the importance of the country. Mr. The resolution in question and the person in question on the resolution, up to yesterday, I read some details. But they still wouldn't let go our country. Still trying to entrap our country that has been brought to its knees. This guy wept. How can someone be so selfish to destroy an entire nation that we fought so hard? Our forefathers fought so hard to build and preserve. Mr. Speaker, anyone, and I want to make this very clear to the public, that anyone who aids and abets that kind of behavior in this country, I, acting premier, will continue to speak loudly and boldly. They must be brought to task. There must be dealt the consequences of their actions. And we need to, after this process, have swift action and deal with all the other persons who have been engaged in this activity. From all the institutions who have been compromised. They need to be dealt with. We can't just come in this house and be philosophers and give lip service. We have to give action, and tangible action, to regain the trust of our people. We've betrayed the trust, not just of the international community, not just of the voters, not just of the visitors who come to the BVI. We betrayed our own trust, the trust of our people. We have a responsibility, not just through talk, but through action, to ensure that that trust is restored, Mr. Speaker. And this action today, and the one precipitated this a few days ago, is the steps in the right direction. But the steps need to be hastened. There are other persons who are players, and we know who they are, and they need to be dealt with. And we also need to start to focus on the recommendations from the CI report. We use our collective efforts in our collective intellect in the people of this territory. Many persons came together in a very short space of time to say, look, the persons who did their thing with the march and made their voices heard, the persons who spoke up in support of BVI and the fact that BVI has an opportunity to right their wrongs, they've given the opportunity, and provide a tangible way forward to ensure that that happens. It is now our responsibility to put that in action, acting premier. We have a responsibility to formulate the terms of us moving forward over the next 6 to 10 months, to show the people and regain the confidence of the people that we're serious about reform. We're serious about renewal of this country, that we're serious about righting the wrongs that we've made over the many years that we've made them. I'm not ashamed. We've done some things wrong, but we've also done some things good. And it shows that we have good within us. We have greatness within us to do great things going forward. And we need to focus. We need to redouble our efforts, focusing on the things that we need to get done, define a clear path forward, and make it work for our people and for our country. Our way of life is at stake. We're fighting for more than just holding on to power. We're fighting for our way of life. We're fighting for the restoration of our country in our dignity as a people. Speaker, I'll wrap up just now, Mr. Speaker, before, and I'll be a few more minutes, but I had the first time for a long time, I had a little break yesterday. Just took a 5 or 10 minutes break, and I was still on my phone, and somebody I grew up with said to me, "You need to get off that phone." Because I was just paying attention to the dialogue that was going on social media. And it was just to see the broken spirit of our people, the division, the divisiveness that this whole situation has caused, the way that we're tearing each other apart, Mr. Speaker. It emboldened me that we must unite. We have a responsibility to unify and get our people back on track. A country divided, a house divided amongst itself cannot stand, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I stand here to fight for the broken spirit of this country. Beaver Islanders are a resilient set of people. I've seen us brought to our knees by the hurricanes, Irma and Maria. I've seen the economic effects of COVID bring us to our knees. Mr. Speaker, this has also brought us to our knees, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the true spirit of our ancestors, I know that we will rise again. We will do the things that is expected of us to ensure that we bring back some dignity, bring back some accountability to our country, and bring back some respectability to Beaver's brand and Beaver's reputation. Speaker, again, I want to make it categorically clear. I denounce the action of Andrew Foy, and in the light he and others who are aiding and abetting him has placed this country. The shadow that they've clouded or placed over our country. And I vow my commitment, not for power, not for quest of personal ambition, but my commitment to rebuild my country, to rebuild the institutions, the broken institutions, to do whatever is necessary for us to get back to the stellar representation that we are as Virgin Islanders. And I want to say to the acting premier that we have to go to the people. We have to define the relationship of our unity, our partnership, and tell the people what we're going to do within the next 6 to 10 months. And we need to do that in earnest, and then show them tangible steps towards making those change and the renewal for our country. No more lip service, no more coming to this house pontificating. The time for pontification is over. It is time for real, tangible action to restore our country. And I stand committed to that, Mr. Speaker. And I will continue to do my part to ensure that these beautiful Virgin Islands remain in the hands of all people who fought, who died, who bled, to ensure that we have the value and quality of life that we have today and will continue to have in generations to come. Again, I support this resolution. I think it was long in coming, but let's make it happen now, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
I thank you, Leader of Opposition. member of the 8th District, Honorable Marlon A. Penn. Before I call on the acting premier to wrap up, if I may say a few words myself. The country, the island, the Virgin Islands, the people, we all are hurting right now. The emotion that is running through this room today says it all. The emotion of the people in the Virgin Islands says it all. There are people who are crying at this moment, I'm sure, for what we are going through. We as people need to band together and unite as one to make sure that we continue the legacy of our forefathers in the BVI. We have failed many of people in these times as leaders. We all have failed them, not just one. The system was broken a long time, and the system needs to be fixed. And if not now, when? We have to unite people of the Virgin Islands, not just the Parliament. We cannot continue to bring each other down. With that, I will call on the Honorable Premier, Acting Premier, to wrap up.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the members of this House for giving their contribution to this debate. And I commend all of us for having the courage to stand up and to do what's right for the people of these Virgin Islands. And everyone gave such valuable contributions to this debate, and we are certainly unified in our approach. And the member of the opposition, Honorable Julian Fraser, a representative for the 3rd District, brought up a point about the Constitution, and I believe the representative for the 4th District adequately addressed it. But, Mr. Speaker, we have done our due diligence. We have had good advice. Certainly, it's a complicated matter, but this vote of no confidence is the right thing to do and the right step to take for the people of the Virgin Islands. And shortly, the new cabinet will be sworn in, and we can begin our work of reforming the Virgin Islands for greater transparency, accountability, a greater commitment to the moral and ethical standards that our people deserve, and a greater commitment to good governance. I am confident that we have the men and women, not only in this House of Assembly, but throughout our society and throughout our institutions, who can get this done. And I join with the representative for the 8th District in saying to those persons who are engaged in wrongdoing, those persons who are behaving in a way that's contrary to the values, to the standards of the people of the Virgin Islands. I have to say to those persons, we do not have a place in our public institutions or private institutions for that behavior. Those persons who need to must, first of all, stop their wrongdoing, and of course, speak to the authorities, do the responsible thing, depart from that behavior, and of course, seek forgiveness, seek repentance, and speak to the authorities. Because what is to come from this moment forward is that we will be waging a fierce battle against corruption, any maladministration, any dishonesty, any abuse of office. And persons they must depart from that type of behavior, and they must be held accountable. So, Mr. Speaker, what we have done today is an important step. And I know that we have to regain the trust of the public who has been hurting, who has been disappointed, who has been sickened, who has been disgruntled. They expect better, and we are committed to giving them better, Mr. Speaker. Today is the Interdenominational Day of Prayer, and I ask the public to keep this government of national unity in their prayers. Keep all members of the House of Assembly and even those who support the work we do in their prayers. Mr. Speaker, I even ask that we keep the family of Honorable Andrew Foy, his wife, his children, his mother, his siblings, his constituency. Keep them in our prayers, because of course it must be difficult, especially with the passing of Honorable Foy's sister. It must be a very difficult time. We must use this opportunity. Yes, this is an opportunity, as one member said. We must use this opportunity not to fall apart, not to become further divided. We must use this opportunity to pull together, to dig deep inside of us, and to find the resolve to be able to move past this difficult moment in our history, so that the coming generations will see the benefit. And I also want to thank members for their sacrifice, Mr. Speaker. I know it could not have been easy for members of the opposition to cross the floor and to be a part of a unity government. There would have been some persons who would have said, you're going to kill yourself. You're going to taint yourself. Allow them to sink. They would have said all types of things, Mr. Speaker. So it required courage. It required vision. It required foresight. And I want to thank the members who have crossed the floor seeking to bridge the political divide and bring our country together. I want to thank them. And I want to thank the representative for the 9th District, Honorable Vincent Wheatley. I want to thank the Territorial at-Large Representative Honorable Calvin Malone, because they facilitated this unity government. They took a step backwards so that the country could take a step forward. And that too is not easy. You're a minister, you're asking a minister to take a step back and become a backbencher in favor of opposition members who we've almost been, you can say, battling for 3 years. And you have to swallow your pride, bite your tongue, and give these same opposition members your ministerial seat. It's not easy. But that type of pride will not take us forward into the future that we all deserve. The sacrifice of these two members should be commended by the community. And I must call on those persons who have speculated into these two members and even disparaged them and cast aspersions on their name to stop it. To stop it. The only reason why we made the collective decision for these members to go into the backbench was to facilitate this government of national unity. They are not being investigated in any way. Any persons who are suggesting such, they need to stop it. And I thank them for their commitment and sacrifice on behalf of the people of the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, I present this resolution, this vote of no confidence to the members of the House of Assembly and even to the public, that we are resolved to move past this unfortunate chapter, turn the page, and start a new chapter. Mr. Speaker, it's a new day in the Virgin Islands, and this is a very important step that we have took today, and I'm looking forward to all members vote in the affirmative and for this resolution to be passed. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank you. A motion has been moved and seconded. Those in favor? Those against? A division of votes has been requested.
Honorable Alvaro Maduro Keynes, member for the 6th District.
Aye.
Honorable Shireen D. Flax Charles, territorial member. Aye. Honorable Sharif. Aye. Honorable Julian Fraser, member for the 3rd District. We can't hear. We can't hear. Honorable Calvin Malone, territorial member. Honorable Marlon A. Penn, member for the 8th District. Honorable Kai M. Reimer, member for the 5th District. Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull, member for the 2nd District.
Aye.
Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, member for the 4th District.
Aye.
Honorable Natalia D. Whitley, member for the 7th District.
Aye.
Honorable Vincent O. Whitley, member for the 9th District.
Aye.
Have 10 names, one absent. Just a nice thing. Will you sit in
I have
that
to sit
chair?
in a chair. I have to sit there, don't I?
Will you sit in that
Okay,
chair
so
so
don't
I
have to sit
can
there?
count you?
The division of votes shows 10 yeas and 1 absent. The motion is passed. Let it be known that it's that because the Honorable Deputy Speaker is on the bench, so 1 will be missing. Also, at this time, I would like to also give regrets for the Honorable Kevin Malone, who sent his regrets. Thank you. I call on the clock.
Item number 8.2, private members' business. Item number 9, other business. Item number 10, adjournment.
Mr. Speaker, I move a motion for the House to adjourn sine die.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
The House is adjourned sine die.